Testing, 1, 2, 3. And we are live. Hello to anybody that's watching right now. Alright, so what do I need today? F. We'll start with F. It's getting too hot already. Alright, I'm gonna take this off. Just give me a second. Please hold. As my arm is slightly hurting. So right here. So I got bit by a dog on Sunday. That's a whole story. HB, okay. I have to use the ruler for this one. maybe lower. What happened with the music? Hello, Toast. Long time no see. So I have some news today. I got bit by a dog on Sunday, and so I had to get a tetanus shot yesterday, and I am feeling the effects. I am weak as we speak. So I don't even know why I'm streaming, but it is what it is. It's because I hadn't been. Yeah, I'm okay. As I shake. No, it was like it was literally this bite on my thumb. It's the size of a grain of rice, but the issue is the infection, tetanus and rabies. And so I had to get that tetanus shot, and it is kind of painful on the arm. And also I feel like I have a fever. Yeah, have you ever gotten a tetanus shot? I got it yesterday and I was fine, but then it started getting progressively more intense. And I feel like I have the chills and a fever at the same time. You have? Oh, okay. Did you also get bit by a dog, or what happened? Oh, and also what do you think of the new setup here? Oberoi Amaf. Wow, I didn't know about this talent of yours. Yeah, thank you so much. I started doing live streams recently, about a month ago, and I have drawn 4 people or 3 people already. I am literally just starting Shakira. The last one I finished was Michael Jackson last week, and Fujikazi, and Bruno Mars. So I made a poll on YouTube and people voted for Shakira, so we're going with that one. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, a nail. A rusty nail, that will do it. But I also have to worry about rabies. Even though it's a friend's dog, which it should be fine, but it's still like I was getting kind of traumatized once I started reading about the consequences. And so I just went to the emergency room. This arm right here is going to be difficult, but I will take the challenge. Fukuko, hello! Long time no see. Yeah, just things kept coming up, but I am planning on being very on schedule and being consistent. but since I was getting set up, it was a bit difficult. I was just saying how I got bit by a dog on Sunday, so I had to get a tetanus shot yesterday, and I'm feeling the effects. I'm at a 20%. What do you think of the new design? I think it looks better. Before I was too gigantic. I was just too large on the screen. And I picked this photo because I think it's going to be an interesting design. I'm thinking this is going to be the easiest drawing that I have done on stream. That hand is going to look huge because of the perspective, since she's like reaching out, kind of like if I was doing like this to the camera, right? It's going to look huge. We'll take it. 13 lives. I don't know how many I've used up already. I reckon I still have a lot left. Maybe 8. You were bitten by a dog, yes, on my thumb. It was a very tiny bite, but I still had to go to the emergency room to get the tetanus shot and to avoid infection. So the whole day today I've been feeling kind of ill, very weak. How are you guys doing though? Will it take 13 lives? Oh, no, this should take 5. That's gonna be my guess. Because the face is way smaller, so it's like you can get away with the detail, right? And there's less on here in general. Did you end up going to that Colombian restaurant, Fukuko? And Toast, how many did you get the cheese breads back? Are you back in business? I actually bought a lot of bread the past couple days. But just regular white bread. No stray dogs in Japan now. They were dangerous. Be careful. No, it was a friend's dog. So it's a little bit less dangerous. And he didn't do it on purpose. It was just I was trying to get something from him that belonged to another dog, and so he just the reflexes got me. But I should be fine. Well, if you guys don't see me back, then you know what happened. But I hope that I will be okay. I hope I can still draw after those events. That's the real concern. But yeah, it was funny because the lady that put the injection on my arm, the nurse was like, yeah, this is gonna, not for nothing, but this is gonna hurt. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, what, do you have any recommendations? Can I still do exercise after this? And she's like, well, you can, but you're gonna feel your arm like in a lot of pain, very heavy, and you're definitely gonna feel it. And I was like, kind of laughing a little bit. I was like, you know, maybe she's kind of joking. And she's like, you know, you don't understand. This is really going to be painful for you. And she just kept saying that. And I was like, huh. And so she put the vaccine, and I felt nothing. Perfect technique, super smooth. I was like, wow, that was really good. I literally didn't feel anything afterwards. And then as night came, it started getting stronger. And I felt it. I was like, oh, okay, this is still normal. And then I woke up today, and I'm like, damn, my arm. But I can still move it, it's fine. Oh yeah, this is the song that goes, did you forget to take your meds? Okay, right there. Oh, maybe, let me see the OBS here. Right there. And I wish I could delete the notifications on Twitch that tell me every stream streak, because it just keeps telling me that I've broken my streak, and that's fine with me. Where'd that go? Yeah, I just have to figure out how to do the notification settings. Otherwise it's too much. I'm going to take a bath because it's cold, so hopefully you take a warm bath. Why is it cold in Brazil right now? Oh, actually, it could be that there's I don't know what weather phenomenon is going on right now, but it's been really rainy the past couple days here, like super rainy. The whole day is dark, you never see the sun, and maybe that's extending over to Brazil. So have a good shower. She's looking very amateurish at the moment. It's not rainy in here. Well, you're lucky. You're very lucky. She has those bracelets, like huge gel donuts. So of course at first I'm trying to figure out the proportions. See, like in the photo, this shoulder is higher than this one, and I have the opposite. I have to lower this even more. You don't see her neck, so you kind of have to imagine it a little bit. It's usually like 28 degrees Celsius, and it's about 20 right now. That's a good temperature though. 20 in Fahrenheit, so 20 times 2 is 40, plus 32, 72 degrees. The perfect temperature, I would say. It's probably what, maybe around 16 here? 16 degrees? But in my room, no, in my body, inside, I feel like it's like 25 or 30. What's the temperature in Japan right now? If you're still here, Fukuko. My hands are freezing. I'm sorry. Do you have any gloves? It's probably not very common in Brazil. I'm trying to get the structure of the shoulders, the torso, but there's a lot of like things that are getting in the way, like her hair and the hand, so I have to imagine some things. And the angles here of the arms. 20 degrees Celsius now. The rainy season has started. Oh, same there. I guess the rainy season started here as well. I forget how it goes here, honestly, since the climate changes so much. I think we're supposed to be in summer. So the hand is going to be stretching out. And it's blurry. I wonder if I can get that blurry effect for the hand. I have to stay hydrated no matter what. So I have fallen behind on the music reactions because of the events. There's something here, maybe it should be wider. I have to move everything over a little bit. Cozy, hello! Long time no see. How goes it? Not to keep repeating this, but I got bit by a dog on Sunday, and I got a tetanus shot yesterday, so right now I am feeling it. Feeling the effects of the vaccine. and so I'm kind of loopy. But since I hadn't streamed in a while, I figured, what the heck, let me boot it up. Excited to be at the beginning. Sketch park, yes. The part where it looks the least professional. But it's the most exciting. How was your weekend? Yeah, it was a small bite, by the way. I'm not... It's gonna be okay, guys. Yes, it was a friend's dog. And it wasn't even on purpose, it was just... It just happened. And the bite was so small, it was like a grain of rice. So I was like, you know, this is nothing, this doesn't even hurt, it's fine. And then I went to ChatGPT, and I ended up getting traumatized. And so the next day I went to urgent care, and they applied the vaccine, just in case. And now we have to monitor the dog for 10 days and hope that he doesn't have rabies. I didn't know how serious rabies were, to be honest. And it's fatal. It is, if you get it, it's fatal. So I'm slightly concerned, but it's probably my anxiety. And maybe there's nothing to worry about. And I should just think of Shakira. Weekend was good. Glad you got it taken care of. A friend of a friend passed away from a dog bite infection. Man. Not what I want to hear. You sick mother. Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that. And yes, this is what I'm saying. I didn't realize how serious it was. But you got it looked at. You did the right thing. You should be fine, George. Don't worry about it. I'm just telling you a very dangerous anecdote. It's okay. It's okay. By the way, what did you think of the new setup here that I have going on? I made a new overlay to spice things up on stream. Alright, I'm gonna go with blocky shapes here. So the face, good. Good face. Now the hair. See, it's a bit tricky because she dyed her hair, so it's dark, it's light. It's wavy, so it's kind of hard to get like a precise shape on it. I would keep asking about your friend's story, but I think it's gonna make me more anxious. I had a friend survive a bad cat bite infection because she got it taken care of quickly, if that helps at all. Oh man. I don't know if I did it quickly enough. I went the next day. So I got it taken care of 24 hours later. But I think with the tetanus shot, it's effective within 48 hours. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, what's going on with No, they never tell you about these things. They're always like, yeah, the pets are cute and they're awesome, but you have to think about the risk. Probably not. I get the anxiety. My friend was a vet tech. Oh, I should probably ask my friend who's a doctor. Either way, I did everything I could already. So I washed it, I And if you look at it, I feel so like a weenie going to the emergency room when I did, because it's like the smallest thing. It looks like I got a. It's the size of a grain of rice. But it's the invisible threat, you know? No, not a weenie. Super weenie Hut Juniors. I thought it was being a weenie, but I was like, really? I'm going to risk my life because of embarrassment? I'm just gonna go. Just gonna go get this taken care of. So I'll probably still be nervous for the past, or for the next like 2 months, or 2 weeks. I can't even... time. I know what you mean, but definitely not. The SpongeBob reference, of course. I have to, apply a little bit of comedy to this. Otherwise, it's just grim. I think the nurse was kind of funny because she told me, okay, this is the vaccine. It's to do with this and that, and it's gonna hurt. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, do you have any recommendations? Can I still work out? Do exercise normal? And she's like, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it, since this is going to really hurt your arm, and you're gonna feel like you got punched in the arm or something, and it's very painful. And I was like, ah. It's like, all right, kind of laughing it off. And she's like, you don't understand. This is gonna be very painful for you. And she just kept saying that, and I was like, oh. I'm still not sure about this distance, though. So let's get some darks in here. But I'm glad you guys had a good weekend. A safe weekend, even. Right now it kind of looks like her arms are jacked, but it's just she's very short, so she's like compact. Because it still hurt. I had no idea tetanus shots were like that. So the injection itself didn't hurt. In fact, it was very well done. I didn't feel anything. So I was super happy about it. I was like, man, that was amazing technique. I felt nothing. And at night, I was like, well, this is okay. I'm feeling it. Art thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? And so I was like, this is feeling more like a normal injection. And I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, my arm. And right now, I think it's better than this morning. They do recommend a little bit of movement. It just feels like I got punched on the shoulder by Mike Tyson at like 25% power. So it's bearable. And it's not the worst part. The worst is the fever. I think I feel like I have a slight fever. You know how when you start to get sick the first day, you think that you're gonna come down with something, and you get a little bit of chills. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. But I was tired of just laying down in bed. Yeah, it's bearable. I'm not complaining. I just hope it works. That would be such a dumb way to go. Because the bite is so small. So I told my friend once I got home, I have a friend that lives here, and she's like, "Oh, you know what? Oh my God, what happened?" And she thought I was gonna have like a gaping wound on my stomach or something, and I just showed her my thumb, and she was like, "Are you serious?" Is anyone else gonna stream tonight? Tonight, give me everything tonight. Dun, 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 dun. Whatever happened to a pit bull? Speaking of which, I literally thought of Pitbull. What? How ironic. He used to be at the top of the charts back in like 2013. Cozy is, I'm excited. Very well, I'll try to tune in. He's still touring. Oh. I must stay hydrated. I want to go to a Pitbull show. That must be quite the party. Because you probably get a ton of features, right? It's not just him, it's like a whole collaboration. I found a YouTube channel of a Colombian lady who married a Japanese man. They invited her Colombian family to Japan and tours around Japan. It's very interesting. What do they do in the tours? Colombian lady who married a Japanese man. Oh, like she's like vlogging. Oh, okay. That's cool. That used to be very popular back then. I'm sure people still do it, but you know, you just have to know where you're doing it, because some places are risky. But it's definitely the type of content that I appreciate, because if you're not able to actually travel there, then you kind of get a tour for yourself. It looks that way on TikTok. Heck yeah, gonna play BioShock Infinite. Alright, alright. I'm still wondering if I'll ever become a gamer. If I ever do, then it's gonna be a challenge. Like, complete noob, you know, goes to level expert on video games, because I don't game at all, so literally would have to start at Level 1. I'm not dancing, I'm just moving my arm for my health. Woohoo! Oh, that emote, Cozy. That may be your best one. Mesclar is so talented. It really is. Mesclar. Huh. The one that made the emote? The creator? This is looking very sketchy at the moment, no pun intended. Yeah, he made it. Ah, okay, I thought, oh, alright. It's one of those emotes that, when you see them, you never forget. He does cool animations in Blender. Does he stream himself? Zoomy, wow! I hadn't seen you in a long time. How are you? Welcome in. Mesclar streams. I'll have to check him out. I think that's very interesting using Blender. I have no idea how to use it. To me, it's like rocket science. But, you know, the people that can do it, they have so much power with that technology, you know. I'm doing fine. Oh, okay. Good to hear it. So I'm drawing Shakira. I don't know if you ever saw the other drawings. I just got busy. An earthquake strikes with the place I lived. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything is fine now. I'm trying to remember where you said you were from, but I can't. From the Philippines, okay. And the epicenter of the earthquake is where I lived. Oh wow, how strong was it? The Philippines. Man. Why does this keep... .2, that is... When did this happen? I didn't see the news. I don't usually watch the news, so that's why I missed it, but I'm surprised because it's such a big deal. That is so strong. So I hope that you and your family are safe. We don't get a ton of earthquakes here in Colombia, and if we do, they're pretty tame. Knock on wood, as they say. I was folding clothes at the time, and it suddenly shakes. Man. When you least expect it, that's when it happens. The good thing is that you are awake. I feel like sometimes they happen at like 3 in the morning when everybody's sleeping. Hello, Lisa. Love Shakira. Yeah, she won the poll that I made. And I am just starting Shakira today. How are you doing, Lisa? I very much enjoyed the House of the Rising Sun by Eric. Me and my family are safe, but my plates are not. So you probably took some damage. Well, that can be recovered. The most important thing is your health. I was hiding under the table during the shake, but the plate immediately fell down beside me. Oh man. And that makes it even more intense, right? It's more... It's like a horrible... It's scary. It's scary because it's so outside of our control. The earth is literally shaking. You know, what can you do? See, surprisingly, the head is almost as big as the torso, hair included. I'm happy you and your family are safe, yes. Many buildings collapsed here. Now it's time for the recovery. Hopefully you are getting the help you need. I wish we could do more, you know? What can I do about this to help? I just draw Shakira. I think some news post in TikTok. I have TikTok, I post on there, but I try to exit TikTok as fast as I can. As it starts to rain here. The TikTok lords have heard me. Oh my god. I got to see Bruno Mars and Fujikaze. Well, then you missed Michael Jackson, which was the most recent one. There he is, in all his glory. Your presence is enough. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad to be of service. And there's Fujikaze. I've been sick with a bad cold, but starting to feel a little bit better. Thank you for asking. You gotta take care of those colds. Chicken soup is so effective for the colds. Your Michael Jackson is phenomenal. Thank you. I was getting a little bit nervous there at the end because to me Bruno Mars still looked the best. And I think it's because his head was smaller. So there wasn't enough, like a ton of detail that I had to show compared to Michael Jackson. His head was like almost regular sized. It was interesting. I would open the notebook, have it over here, and it's just like, this is what his head would have looked like in real life. I have to go now. Well, you take care. You tune in whenever you can, and I will be here. Hope you stay safe. And thanks for hanging out. I don't plan to do a long stream anyway because, like I said, I am feeling at 20% of my regular health. My health meter is at 20%. Okay, that makes sense. The Bruno Mars drawing was amazing too. Thank you, Liz. Thank you. And that was also the one that took me the least. But I have a feeling that Shakira I'm gonna knock out in 5 days. Bye bye, and good day. Good day to you. May you live long and prosper. I like this photo because it has an interesting design to it. It's like the angle, the reflection on the tiles here. Maybe it's too small for you to see on the photo reference. I'm excited to see the Shakira results. I too am excited to to see them. Are you working on anything right now, Liz, artistically? Oh, and then we have the cast shadow of her. This is such a cool reflection. Her shadow on the tiles. Man, this hand is gonna be, it's gonna be trouble. I can feel it. So you get a nice little shape over here. And it extends the drawing. I'm making a Pokemon themed pixel art right now. Oh, yes. You were... Yes, I saw your first stream. You were doing Ditto, if I stand correctly. Yeah, that's right. You're also new to streaming. Yeah, I'm trying to learn pixel art style. I've never done any type of art that way. It looks very cool. It does seem very tedious. I thought it would be more easy, I guess, in quotations, but it's never easy. By the way, thank you for your reaction to Fujikazi's Grace. I shared it amongst my friends, and they were so excited about your super clever analysis. Music to my ears. No pun intended. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and your friends. Fukuko, really. It was such a great video. His music, I'm gonna have to listen to more of his music this week, because I need the inspiration, since I'm kind of anxious at the moment. Okay, I'm back. How was thou shower, Toast? I hope warm. Warm. Good. We have this line over here, and then you go straight into the shadow. Warm showers are one of the things that I appreciate the most. Even though they say maybe like, you know, slightly cold water is the best for your body. I just can't let go of the hot showers. You just have a bad day, you take a warm shower, you come out of there refreshed, feeling like a brand new person. What if I just switch her hand with like, I just pretend that she's holding like a big rock. And so I only have to draw the rock. I might have left some space at the top. I'm critiquing my own work right now because I think, what am I trying to say here? I don't do enough form before I go into the technique. So I enjoy working the technique, like the style of graphite, but I need first to focus on the structure. So what do we have here? The face. So tired and so lost. Story of my life. And there she is, done. Bro really is tired and lost. At the moment I am. Should get a rocking chair. Although this is kind of making my own. It works. The thing about the proportions here for the overlay is that usually I'm gonna work vertical like this, and that's kind of boxy, but it will have to suffice. I don't think a rocking chair is good for drawing. Oh, not for drawing, for the breaks while you're drawing. So you go from your regular chair to the rocking chair. You take a 5-minute break, then you come back. So I work on the outline of the face using the eraser. How many fingers do I see here? 1, 2, 3. What is this anime music? It's too energetic for my taste right now. Where's that tab? I will skip it for now. Infraction, no copyright music. New! Managing moderators can support your channel in even more ways. Introducing managing moderators. These users have the same capabilities as standard moderators, but in addition, they can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live. Thank you, YouTube. Oh, we're getting a hardstyle song over here. Anyone listen to a hardstyle? I reacted to DEFCON 1 the other day. Crave. This is like cyberpunk. Crave the rave. Or rave the crave. I heard rave and my mind instantly went to Raven, and of course I thought about That's So Raven, but also Edgar Allan Poe. just popped into my head, rent free. Dun, 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 dun. When the dog bites, when the bee stings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. Anyone remember that song? Anybody? A good song. There we go. Right there. That person, fifth row. You got it. Well, it's a song that I learned in 4th grade. It's the type of music that they played in chorus or like music class in elementary school. And I distinctly remember that song. Maybe the only song that I remember from my childhood, like from school. I remember my music teacher was from Greece, and that was pretty interesting. Yeah, that's cool. You don't meet a lot of people from Greece. He was a very kind person. It's crazy how some people make such an impact on your life as a child, and then you just kind of forget about them, and they pop up in your head at random points. Like, I still remember what she looked like, and I don't have a particularly good memory. It's kind of random memory. And her voice. I remember her voice. So we got the outline. We got the outline going here. Liz, what's going to be your next Pokemon? I don't know a lot about Pokemon, but there is one that what's the name of this Pokemon? Altaria. I recommend you that Pokemon, Altaria. And you will see why. Right, I think Huecoco, and I need to figure out more. They'll all be sitting around a campfire. Oh, that's cozy. Will they be singing the campfire song, though? Altaria could be above the fire. Just giving you ideas. For free. No, I seek no compensation here. Now I'm trying to remember the campfire song. CAMPFIRESONG song. It's a good time if you just sing along. CAMPFIRESONG song. CAMPFIRESONG song. There probably could be. Who knows? It's a fantasy world, so you're not limited by the laws of physics or anything really. You can just let your imagination run free. And I encourage it. Exactly. Your drawing technique is really cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's just something that I've done since art school. I really like working in... I'm forgetting the word, like subtraction, I guess? Because I'm erasing most of the time. And even the outlines I like to do in white. Because they're less noticeable, right? Less aggressive. I'm really a big fan of graphite, even though of course I have done some paintings. I worked in like most of the big mediums. Ink, all the different paints, watercolor, acrylic, oil, wash. I think I prefer graphite and charcoal. And at this point I really want to like hone down on my graphite skills instead of just like jumping around. I want to refine it and then maybe move on to something else. Subtraction sounds about right. I think that's what it is. So I use this eraser a lot. I think most people have heard of it. It's Tombow Mono Zero, Japanese, I believe. I love working with charcoal and ink. Yes, I'm a big fan of charcoal, especially when working large. It's like the equivalent of, it's like the big brother of graphite. So if I'm working this size, I will do graphite, and if I move up to, let's say 16 by 20 or larger, then I will go on to charcoal, because it's easier to get the area covered, of course, and also it gives you more contrast. And I used to do a lot of huge pieces in charcoal. They would be like 2 feet by 3 feet. not gigantic, but you know, if I had done them in graphite, it would have taken so much longer. Ink, I have done a little bit, but it's slightly intimidating, to be honest, because you can't really go back. And with ink, I think you try to do a lot of planning beforehand. It's like, okay, what, you know, of course this is going to have high contrast, what's going to be the light areas, the shadows and stuff in between. And so if you kind of mess up with the light areas, it's hard to recover. But you know, of course, with practice you get the hang of it. I think it's Waltering Walt, he's so amazing with ink, and so quick as well. Just one of those people that, you know, they have the chops. They have so many hours under their belt that he looks so comfortable with that technique. And character design as well, also difficult for me. I feel like right now we might have to do a quick reload here, as we are running out of ammo. That's awesome. Yeah, interesting that you enjoy charcoal and ink, but now you're trying out pixel art. So anything you can try out, I say that's a plus. There's so much to learn, you know what I mean? So little time and so much to learn. And I just moved slightly, and then you only see like this part of the drawing. Hold on. Yeah, in my technique, there's a lot of back and forth. The whole time I'm just erasing, drawing, erasing, drawing. It's almost like I'm sculpting. I'm 2D sculpting. Whereas some people, even if they work realistic, they like really know what they're gonna do. So maybe they work from the grid method or tracing, and they're like, okay, we're gonna really do like well-defined over here and take it from one side to the other and stuff like that. Whereas I like to work the whole piece. I do better in digital art, to be honest. I have wobbly hands. Oh. It does look like sculpting. Interesting. I just thought about that recently, you know. Wobbly hands, you say? Yeah, I guess it would be easier to control with the mouse. Alright, time for reload. I think I also have, maybe not wobbly hands, but they're not the most stable. Like, I feel fine when I'm drawing, but you know, if you ask me to like put my hand like this, I'm shaking. I'm shaking as we speak. I don't know if that's anxiety or what, but I can at least undo things when I mess up. True. True. Well, you can do that with most mediums, unless you're working with ink or even watercolor. That's another form of painting that you just kind of have to master it. I had a teacher in art school. Her name is Irina Roman, and she is the most incredible watercolor artist there may be. Super realistic, and she does like she's done all types of like difficult things, like portraits, and you can actually see the hairs on the person's, you know, skin, the lighting, the skin tone. She does like reflections, glass. It's such high level. That's why I kind of feel comfortable with graphite as well. I think I can always undo for the most part, especially at the beginning, like these stages. So I don't get, nervous about messing up. Liz, where are you from? Out of curiosity, I'm interested where people are tuning in. I think you said, yeah, United States, America. I'm in the United States. Okay. I am in Colombia. I don't know if I ever said that. Southeastern coast. I lived in Boston for many years, so that would be northeastern coast. I'm trying to think. Southeastern, like Carolinas, maybe Florida. Right now it's probably pretty warm over there, maybe humid. I have a bigger one, might as well use it. Yeah, the Carolinas now, but I'm from Miami. Okay. Okay. Hot dog. Says toast. I'm trying to think what you're referencing there. Is that hot dog country out there in the Carolinas? Miami? Or are you eating a hot dog? See, now we have to do the squares here. This is kind of like a grid. Which is helpful in seeing where things go, but since I already drew the things, now I have to do like the opposite. Okay, where's... And so these are gonna get progressively larger as they come closer. Eating hot dog. I could go for a hot dog right now. I had some buns yesterday. It's always a good time for a hot dog. Okay, we'll say there. Next. What do you eat your hot dog with? How do you guys like your hot dogs? I'm more of a simple man. Literally just plain hot dog. Call me a basic something, but I don't know. I don't like a ton of condiments or spices on my food. So I literally go to the movies and I just get the hot dog. And everyone's like, "What? You don't know? No, yeah, barbecue ketchup." Like, sometimes I get the pineapple sauce. I like barbecue sauce on hot dogs. It is a good combination, but just to me, I feel like I like them better without. I can enjoy them with the different like barbecue sauce, but it's just like I prefer without. Actually, it should have been. I think it's because I never had those things as a child, so they're not appealing to me now. So ketchup and mustard, I can live without. Pineapple sounds, pineapple sauce sounds good. That sounds like a riddle or some. Pineapple sauce sounds good. I am a big fan of pineapple on things. I think it actually tastes better warm, like pineapple sauce on hot dogs, or of course pineapple pizza. We even have pineapple empanadas here, so you just fill them with, chicken and pineapple. Oh, wait a minute. Ketchup and mustard. It is the standard combination. I always fall for the movie theaters. I just, I know it's expensive, and that's the gimmick. That's how they make most of their profit, is with the food more than the actual ticket sales. But I'm just like, I want the full experience, right? It doesn't happen often. So whenever I go see a movie, I just get the biggest combo, right? It's like the large soda, the large popcorn divided, salty and sweet. Then you get the hot dog and little kind of like fries. I forget what they call them in the United States. It's like those hard, thin fries. Stretching. Everybody stretch. Even if you're eating hot dogs or what have you, make sure you stretch. Stretch with the streamer. It's polite. Shoestring fries? Maybe. You're not my dad. You're a cloud. So let me ask you this. What has more power? A father or a cloud? I rest my case. Welcome in, Aliotheo. I think a cloud, of course. It's the only correct answer here. How goes it, Aliotheo? Haven't seen you in a bit as well. I haven't streamed recently because I think just kept coming up. And I wanted to stream yesterday because my schedule says Monday, Wednesday, Friday, maybe Saturday, but I had to get a tetanus shot yesterday. So today I'm kind of feeling like I'm in the clouds. Hazy. So tired and so lost. This song again? Is that a signal? Vibing, rolling some smokes for the evening. That'll do it. 4, 2, 3, 4. I'm in the clouds too. I can see it. I can believe it. 3, 4, 5. I'm actually gonna have to. What's going on here? Create more distance. I'm not wild about hot dogs anymore. I'm a cheeseburger fanatic. But Lisa, why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? If I had to pick one, I most likely would go for a cheeseburger because it fills me up more. There's more content and more ingredients than the hot dog. Has anyone ever had a hot dog and a bun? No, that's that's kind of standard for a barbecue. I thought I had some type of revolutionary question here, but no. See, it's the side effects of this vaccine that have me all loopy. Ads? Oh no! Not the ads. Tell me when you're back from the ads. How do I signal for the ads? I thought I had set something up that tells me when the ads are coming. I will look into it. Speaking of which, the ads, yeah, the ads are over now, I believe. If this is correct. What is happening? Let me stabilize the system. Okay. Cheeseburger fanatic. Do you have a specific place that you like to go for a cheeseburger? So I fixed this one. Now I have to make this one wider. Is there anyone out there that doesn't like fries with their cheeseburger? I think that's a must. It's such a great combination. I love a ton of fries with a cheeseburger. Fries with a cheeseburger is like the equivalent of rice or a regular dish. I do love my rice. Same here. I don't know. We got people on the right page. All right. Yeah, rice is my favorite food of all time. Did I do this correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Oh, okay, this is gonna kind of not really. Oh, this is embarrassing. So what's the deal? Should the shadow be shorter? We have encountered the first dilemma. That is way off. I should probably draw the hand first, but I'm deliberately skipping it. Jack in the Box for the ultimate cheeseburger. I don't know if I have been to one. Jack in the Box. I imagine Australia has a lot of great steaks because of the landscape. Hot dog and a cold soda is great. Speaking of cold soda, I don't think I'm picky, but I prefer my drinks like what do they call it? Regular temperature, not too cold. Like for a soda or lemonade, it's fine if it's cold, or a beer, of course, but actually maybe beer is like the one thing that has to be cold. When they're less cold, they are better. Because you're... this song goes kind of crazy. They say if you eat something warm, then it's better to drink something warm with it. So that way the temperatures don't collide in your stomach. Rice and gravy with beef roast. You're just trying to make me hungry at this point. I will have rice with anything. And I do mean anything. Because that's the thing, rice has no enemies. It is the ultimate equalizer. See, if this was my song, I would have said rice before the drop. And I throw them off. By the way, Lisa, I think I am all caught up with your requests in terms of music videos, right? I have some things that are pending, but it will have to wait. I think tomorrow I should be feeling better. Crave. I finished the hot dog. Just one hot dog? Buttery bun, 2 patties, Swiss and cheese, and American cheese. American cheese is probably the standard when it comes to cheeseburgers. When I lived in the United States, I think Five Guys was one of my favorite places for burgers. Swiss cheese, you're putting 2 cheeses? Hey, I'm not against extra cheese. I wish I wasn't lactose intolerant because that complicates things, but cheese is really good. I need this drawing to be really good in case Shakira herself sees it. I will tag her in the video description. You never know. Okay, I guess we'll go for the other lines. This. Whoa, whoa, whoa. More like this, okay. Hmm. Those would have been easier to do the vertical lines first. Now I know what must be done. Okay. Mm. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna stand up, use the restroom, wash my hands, and come back. Therefore, please stand by. I'm still waiting for White Rhythm and Blues by Linda Ronstadt. When you can get to it, did you? Where? Oh, was that from the Patreon request? Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Hold on. Just my legs and some bread. I forgot about that one. Let me write that down. And this vaccine is really rocking my body. And not in a good way. Lisa. I am getting the chills. Oh no. Yeah, that was from the, at least if you're still here, the Patreon request, because on the silver tier you get you get 2 videos. And you had asked for the House of the Rising Sun and Linda. It's been a while since I last reacted to Linda. Since McDonald's entered into Japan in 1970s, our fast food industry has changed dramatically. Before, our fast food was noodles. Do you see that as a positive, Fukuko, or kind of? Speaking of food, I will eat before you all some bread. And I will have my real dinner after this. So don't worry. I do eat normal. I've noticed that fast food is it tastes better here in Colombia than the United States, which is a bit ironic because the United States basically created fast food, right? With McDonald's. Change is positive for me, more choice is good. Yeah, I'm saying because, fast food is not the best type of food, but I think it's fine in moderation, right? Like if you're having burgers every day, then probably not good. But if you have it, once a week or something, then that's fine. But it does taste better here because I don't think they use as many like preservatives or GMOs, and the ingredients that they make the food with are more fresh here. I don't know if anyone from America has anything to say about this. I'm not challenging you in any way, but it's just my opinion. I'll tell you, as a kid, I used to love McDonald's for the food, for the experience. It was like a kid thing, You're like, oh, your parents, your family, let's all go to McDonald's. You get on the slides and stuff, and you get the toy with the Happy Meal. And my choice there was the nuggets. Chicken nuggets and fries. And I remember that was a lot for me to finish as a kid. And now I'm like, I can easily get like 3 of these. And I will finish everything. Here in Brazil, McDonald's is too expensive. Yeah, the other thing about fast food establishments, varying on the country, is that you get a different cultural experience. So for example, here, you go to McDonald's or like Burger King or anything like that, and it's just like a regular restaurant. Like you go up or you go in and it's just like people are fine, decent. And I think the United States gets a bad rep because you see all those viral videos of people like just starting fights, and it's just like the most deplorable stuff happens in McDonald's and like Walmart, for example. I've been hearing symphonies. I thought that was the song. It sounded like it. Dun 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 dun. Bread is very addicting. I never know how many breads to eat. When do you stop? "13 cheese breads?" In your case, that's the number. But for like these breads that I have here, regular sized, it would have to be way less. I think the recommended amount is like 1 or 2. My record is probably like 8. Because the thing is, if you dip it in like hot chocolate or anything else, then it just... What the heck? Artixia Orchid just subscribed with tier 1. Woohoo! Yeah, baby! Hello, Artixia. Welcome in. You're just getting here when we're talking about bread. And also, I'm trying not to pass out here on stream. Thank you so much for that sub. Has it been... Wait, already a month since you subscribed? You're renewing that subscription? Wow. Bread. Dami. What sick. This month like flew by. I didn't stream that many times. Not as much as I would have expected. It's just white bread. White roll bread. I will show you a brand new example. It is very good. You can have it by itself. You can slice it in half and make it a sandwich type of bread with ham and cheese. You can dip it in chocolate, which is what I was saying, and then you eat so many more. Are you cold? Yeah, I have like chills. You know when you, like the first day you start to get sick and you feel like you have the chills and you have a fever and your whole body aches? That's what I'm feeling. And also this arm, it feels like I got punched by Mike Tyson at 25% power. But I'm doing good, aside from that. I'm just a bit anxious. I'm going to be anxious for the next 2 weeks. I'm sorry, abrazos para Jorge. Si lo quiere, claro, of course. Always welcome. You're... I'm a survivor, I'm good. I forget how that song goes. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna sing. Is that Alicia Keys? Who was singing that song? Doodles has appeared. Shakira, Shakira, I never knew that you could dance like this. She makes my man wanna speak Spanish. ¿Cómo se llama? Bonita, sí, mi casa, Shakira, Shakira. Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go. My hips don't lie too. Oh. I don't know if that is Twitch appropriate, Doodles, but I see your point. That's the song I was thinking too. I'm talking about Shakira's song. Duh. Of course. Yes, I got that. And even my back is a little bit sore. You know, I'm usually not a weenie, but this tetanus shot is really powerful. Destiny's Child, that could be it. That could Aliothale, the perfect emote. So normally I feel like I'm sweating. Right now I'm slightly cold. I am both. Cause you're hot and you're cold, it's yes and it's no. You're in and you're out, you're up and you're down. It's wrong when it's right, it's black and it's white. We kiss, we make out. Dun 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 dun. Wow, what a classic from back in the day. Again, I didn't warm up my voice today. This is not a singing type of day, so excuse me for the subpar vocals. Have you been cleaning? Like Orchid? Me? No, I got bit by a dog. If you're talking to me, Doodles. I got bit by a dog on Sunday, so I had to get a tetanus shot yesterday. And I am feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Friend or foe? We're playing that game. Oh, by the way, what did you guys, the people that are here, what do you think of the new layout? I'm excited to hear your thoughts. I worked on it, stayed up late. That was like Saturday or something, or even Friday. And I was like, I'm going to show these people what I can do and make this layout. Friend, of course I am, always cleaning. And now you're done with the cleaning and you've decided to hang out on Twitch. I appreciate it. It's a nice layout. Thank you, Toast. It's more of my style, I would say. And since there's not a lot I can do in my environment here, you know, for like decoration and, you know, like Pay by the Way, she has the frogs and the plants and the very nice aesthetic with harmony. I can't really do that here too much, so I figured, you know, let me just have an outline or like a layout design, and that'll keep the people entertained. Well, I didn't clean today. I am not feeling too great. Oh no. Doodles, what is happening? Are you okay? Doodles, are you okay? Are you okay, Doodles? Doodles, would you tell us if you're okay? Again, I apologize. My mind is in different places right now. Proud member, or proud of proud of our ancient baby streamer, Cloudy. Speaking of Cloudy, the past like 4 days here, it's been so rainy, non-stop, super dark. I have seen no sunlight. It's kind of cold, and it's just very gloomy. I started at 6 today. Let me see. How long has it been? What year is it? I think I started at 6. And so if we do the math correctly, it's been 2 hours. At jail? No. Let me know. What is this? What is the sign here to let people know that? Tell me when you are back from ads. ¿Te llevo un poco de sol? Please. Please. Take me home. Hold on, this... Oh wait, no, I'll stop. Man, the ads. The ads are killing me today. I was gonna sing Country Roads. Well, aren't you a cloud? Tell the other clouds to go away. If only it were that easy, Toast. You humor me. back from ads? Question. It is a good point, but I think I countered the point. It's hard to explain when you're dealing with the above, you know. It's really tough to put into technical terms. We back from ads. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna stand. I think we're back from ads. Imagine no religion. Dun, 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 dun. It's easy if you try. No hell or heaven. Above us only clouds. Do-dum, do-dum, do-do-dum. Imagine no ads on Twitch. Living for today. Woo-hoo-hoo. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I ain't the only one. Artixia is immune to ads. You got the ads vaccine. I was singing those old Adele songs. Okay, let me think here. Ooh, Adele is really difficult to sing, I will tell you. One of the best singers of the 21st century. It's hard to really replicate. I don't think I should try. Yeah, me too. I am not getting ads. Toast is also experiencing freedom. See, that's the thing. If people, subscribe, then you will avoid the ads, and your experience here on Twitch is going to be so much better. So I would advocate for it if you have some clams laying around. I didn't say I sang them well, but the important thing is that you're trying. Is that man, I'm forgetting everything now. My mind is cloudy. Who is that streamer? I know her. I know her. Oh my god. I could just click on it, but Trader Joe, yes. Oh yes. Wait, what happened with the music? This track is called, I will tell you in a second. Lo-fi sad electronic by Infraction. We got some sad tunes today. Chilling day with the cloud. That's right. I don't know how long I will be here. I don't think I will do reaction videos tonight for YouTube because I'm not feeling jolly. So if I don't do those, then I have more time on here to just chill and rant about the tetanus vaccine. No sad. I don't want to cry. No, it's over. As long the song is over, don't worry. By the way, Artixia, I did send you something private on Instagram. And I don't know if you have seen it. It's of course appropriate. I'm not talking about anything weird. What the heck? Background dubstep. Awake. And now I'm thinking about what I'm going to eat later on, because I already had 2 breads. Hey, what is... Oh! I'll check it now. Yeah, whenever you get a chance. I mean, I sent it to you like weeks ago, but that's fine. See, if I were to use my Discord, maybe I could post on there what I sent Artixia, which was my latest culinary creation. I don't often cook, but when I do, I cook. Oh, thank you for that disclaimer. I think we will need it here. George the Cloud is an appropriate streamer. Weeks? Liar. Yeah, so I am not a professional lawyer. Disclaimer, this is not financial, medical, or romantic advice. Oh, man. You know when you're playing GTA and you get wasted? You know, they unalive you and you get that image, the visual of like the vignette going dark around you and your vision. That's kind of how I feel like right now. All I see is darkness and clouds. But anyway, let's go back to Shakira. For the new people that maybe they haven't seen it today. What is the shortcut here? By the way, here's the cut. It's just a band-aid on my finger, don't be alarmed. It's very tiny. Oh wow, what the heck? I've heard this song like 3 times. I don't know what happened with the shuffle function. 3 times already today. So tired and so lost. I sent you a picture in return, but I didn't make that toast. I will take a look in my downtime. It is a bit messed up. Challenging picture. I like it. This one, I actually thought that it would be the easiest of the ones that I have drawn because her face is smaller here, so I can avoid, you know, much detail in the face, and I think it has an interesting design. But it is going to be challenging in like the hand over here. Did Doodles bail? Man, Doodles is probably floating around in different streams. Hello, Mel! How is your Tuesday? I thought it would be challenging drawing smaller faces and reflection. I think for me it's more challenging when they're bigger, because you have to include the detail, whereas here it's harder to tell, like if I don't do it as well, let's say. So Mel, I am still surviving the tetanus shot. Even more? No, I'm still here. I was in the bathroom since ads was happening. Man, how many ads? Doodles, that was like half an hour ago. You're getting... The next ads are coming, probably. That's good. Yes, I'm still kicking. Not me talking about badly about you at all. No, it wasn't. It was like 5 minutes. I got ads on my end. What is the deal with ads? Because they kind of happen randomly. From what I have seen. I know there's like the ads that happen every 30 minutes, but sometimes like I go into a stream and I'm not subbed or anything and people are like, oh, we're in ads, and I see no ads. And vice versa. I don't trust George's sense of time. No, you shouldn't, especially not today. My sense of time and space is skewed. Why did that dog have to bite me? Such an avoidable situation. But here's the anime music to make me feel better. How did it happen? In the clouds. I hope you get better though. Sorry that happened. Thank you, thank you. I should make it out okay. But it's the uncertainty that haunts me. By the way, Mel, if you're still here, I have to ask you a serious question. Sorry that happened. Should we ask? Well, I think you already... I can tell you the story. It's not like super weird. So I was at the park on Sunday playing basketball, as I do, and it's a outdoor court. So we're, you know, out there. It's a big park, so there's a lot of dogs, people walking around, and my friend who was playing at the time has a dog, and the dog was kind of, yeah, just running around. He's well behaved, but he took this other dog's treat, and so I'm on the sidelines waiting to get back into the game, and the owner of the other dog approaches, and he's like, "Hey, you know, that's my dog's treat." Dramatic voice incoming. And so, it is with tension and fear in my arms that I approached such dog. My palms were sweaty, my knees were shaking. And no, so I just went to grab the treat from the dog's mouth, which is I have learned now it's not the way to do it. And I took it, and he immediately, like, tried to snatch it back. And he did successfully, but, in the middle, he took a chunk out of my thumb. It is a very small wound. Don't be alarmed. It is tiny. But still, for some reason, it was maybe it was a deep puncture because of the teeth, and it was bleeding, like more than normal, I guess. And then I put a band-aid on, continued to play, which might have been the error because I didn't clean it. I'm outside, not too close from home, so I just put a band-aid, continued to play, and I didn't think much of it. And at night, I was like, well, maybe I should look into this. So I went on ChatGPT and I was like, hey, I got bit by a dog. What's the deal? And I got traumatized by the answers. And it told me I should disinfect it, that I should probably get a tetanus shot if I hadn't gotten a booster in the past 5 to 10 years, which I haven't. I don't think I have. And the dog, and there's a risk, very, very low, right? But of rabies. And so, yeah, I asked my friend, was the dog vaccinated? You never try to take food from a dog. It's true. I was just trying to be a good civilian. And this is what I get. And so my friend told me that the dog was vaccinated the first 2 years of his life. And he's like 6 now. So I don't know. Oh yeah, so the next day, yesterday, I went to the ER, got a tetanus shot, and it was funny because the nurse, from the beginning, she was explaining, oh, this is what you're getting, it's going to be very painful, etc. And I was like, oh, okay, well, do you have any recommendations? Can I still work out normally, do exercise? And she was like, well, you could, but your arm is going to feel very heavy, and it's just going to hurt as if you were working out non-stop. Like it's really going to be painful. And I was like, okay, kind of laughing it off. And she was like, you don't understand, this is going to be very painful for you. And she just kept saying that. And she was right. Like, it's not that painful, but more than a regular vaccine, for sure. And I was actually very happy when she put the vaccine because I didn't feel anything. She was super great, like perfect technique with the injection. And I thought, fantastic, like I literally don't feel anything. This is awesome. And then the pain just keeps getting stronger and stronger as it goes on. Yeah, good call to get your shot. And they say that for tetanus shot, you want to get it within 48 hours of the incident. Ah, pero que te traumatizan antes que te lo pases? Yeah, I got traumatized by ChatGPT. Oh, and the nurse. Yeah, for some reason she was I thought she was maybe joking or exaggerating. But she just kept saying, no, listen to me, this is going to hurt you a lot. And like I said, my arm does bother me, but the worst part is the chills and the fever that I feel. Imagine saying that to a child as they're about to get the vaccine. So we got these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking good. But if these lines here, I think they should be thicker. What a diva. I don't know what's going on with her, but it was weird. And they say if you get rabies, the dog will probably die within 10 days. So for the next 10 days, I am on a limbo. I'm just hoping that my friend, he already knows. I was like, keep me up to date. How is the dog? Is he okay? Is he completely normal? He's just like, yeah, he's fine. He's perfect. And that is that. And then when the stream started today, Cozy came in here, and she's like, "Oh man, sorry to hear that for you. I knew a friend of a friend who died because of a dog bite." And I was like, "What?" I said, "Excuse me." She needed the pain to function. Maybe she just wanted to get me all riled up. She wanted to get a reaction out of me. No, I mean, I don't know. She didn't say it like in a... She wasn't trying to make me feel worse. She just had that story to tell. But I tell you, it got me nervous. It got me shaken. So now I'm thinking, why does this have to happen? Can I just have a normal, regular, fine life? I'm not asking for a lot. I don't want to be a billionaire. I don't want Lamborghinis. I'm not looking for the models and the yacht party, right? I just want to be healthy and not get bitten by dogs. People are really looking to see who can spook you best, I guess. And not your booty. I mean, I did twerk a little bit when she said that, but it was off camera. I did the best twerking I could considering the circumstances. Beautiful hand. Well, what did you learn? What should you not do from now on? I should not go outside. That's what I learned. Listen, I need to run any errands, just call. Just get the, Uber Eats or whatever, get it shipped, try to work from home. Not like, what is the need to go outside? I can just live virtually, right? You'll be fine. They're already making us laugh, see? Well, if I'm gonna go out, I might as well go out laughing. And drawing Shakira. That's why I decided to stream, because I was feeling pretty bad. And it's like I can't get any rest laying down because my back hurts a little bit. And I thought, what the heck, let me just turn the camera. I know I look probably look terrible, and this is not doing that well, but it keeps my mind busy, which is good. Okay, that is not what I mean. Then what do you mean, Doodles? What is the advice here? And get the SpongeBob finger friends. What? Are you calling my hands SpongeBob hands? Because if so, you're right. Look at my fingers. I feel like I can replace them. Just switch them off with another hand. What would you do if all of a sudden I just started streaming and my hand was like yellow and stiff? Hola, Sarai. Bienvenida al stream. No había estado en mucho tiempo porque diferentes cosas habían surgido, incluyendo este domingo, que me mordió un perro. Me tuvieron que poner la vacuna del tétano ayer. Entonces hoy estoy como zombie. I forgot about the lines for that episode. Yeah, me too. It was like he kept eating them like popcorn. Don't take food from dog's mouth. Duh. But see, I wasn't doing it for, like, randomly. I was trying to help out, Doodles. And, this is... I would have imagined better from you, considering you are helpful. And I was trying to do the same thing. Wait, I think I miss it, sorry. But how did you get the shot and where? I think you said, but I was in the bathroom. I just went to urgent care and I got it yesterday. So it's ironic that I actually feel bad because of the vaccine, but not the actual bite. Right? ¿Era un pitbull? No, era un criollo. Pero es muy pequeña la mordida, es hasta aquí. Es como de grande que un granito de arroz. Pero igual me tocó ir a urgencias. You know, I had to learn the lesson for all of us here. I'm putting myself on the front lines, so that way you guys don't have to go through it ever again. Que mejores pronto, gracias, gracias. ¿Tú cómo has estado, Sarai? ¿Qué es de tu vida? It could have been way worse, so I'm happy to report that the injury is very small. And I still can't believe that you've been here already, Artixia, for a month. Time really does fly by when you're having fun with clouds. Oh, I had a question. He kept playing basketball doodles and got spooked with research. See, I'm loyal. I thank you for your loyalty to the cloud. Get what I did there? Not the crown, but to the cloud. Yeah, I kept playing. I should have stopped and cleaned it, but it's fine. Oh, the question was, do you guys know where in the settings I can make it so that I get announced when the ads are coming? I thought I had set that up, but so like it does show me on Twitch on my homepage or my yeah, like my stream window. Oh man, speaking of ads, I may wait. Precisamente mi hermana también la mordió un perro, pero pues tenía todas las vacunas al día. Ella trabaja en un spa para mascotas. Oh. I've been here longer, to my defense. You have been here from the start. I could not ask for more. We were here before affiliate. Yes, before the great affiliate storm. Sarai, ¿ya regresaste? Ah, no, Sarai está en... Así está en Twitch. De pronto está en ads. Good, good, good. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna take it easy. I almost never take any days off, so even Sundays, weekends, I'm doing reactions. I think today I'm just gonna get cozy, you know, and stay in. Ya regresé. Ah, lo que dices de tu hermana, sí. Lo que pasa es que este perro que me mordió es de un amigo y sé que tenía todas las vacunas hasta los 2 años y ahora tiene 6 años. Entonces no sé si eso me protege de la rabia. Alright, these are close enough. Nobody's looking for perfection here. This is not going to be in a museum. Knock on wood. See, I'm using reverse psychology here. And maybe it does end up in a museum. I'm way ahead, guys. Back from the ads. Oh yeah, so the question I had about ads was that I can see when they're coming through my Twitch like streaming page, but I wonder if there's any notification that I can get on here, like how it shows me everything else. ¿Te ha dado fiebre? Sí, pero es por la vacuna. Tengo todos los síntomas de la vacuna. Escalofríos y fiebre. Y cansancio como debilidad. Pero estoy seguro que es de la vacuna más no de la mordida. I can try to research. Because I think there's a bot that you can set up alerts ads. I thought I had set that up in Streamlabs. I use, what do I use here? Streamlabs, Nightbot, and Seribot. George, when this is done, you should post it and tag Shakira. I think she would love it. This is what I'm saying on all the videos, like on YouTube. I'm tagging Shakira. Shakira. And when I post the final drawing on Instagram, I always tag the artist. So good call, Doodles. Yes, there is one you can find that I would please let me know. I use Stream Elements. I use Streamlabs though. And I don't want to get another site. Maybe I can do it on Streamlabs. All this erasing on all these lines is getting me confused. I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Love Shakira in her new song for World Cup. FIFA is great. Die. I reacted to it, Doodles. And I made a short out of that reaction. And that has been my second most viewed short ever. Seribot should have the feature. I'll go check it out. Thank you, Artixia. My loyal orchid. Add timers on Seribot. Okay. Are you not as active on Instagram, Artixia? Or maybe you just didn't want to reply to me. I understand. It wasn't that interesting. Here's my... It was just like, here's my dish that I created. Hey, read my message. ¿Te ha dado fiebre? Sí, sí respondí. Me ha dado escalofrío y fiebre. Y cansancio general, pero creo que es por la vacuna como tal. No, wait! Stop, haha, don't do that! Orchid barely knows IG took her 5 years to see my highlights. That's surprising. I guess it's a thing that people on Twitch, they're super active on Discord. But maybe not as much as the other platforms. Ay, espera. Do you have a Discord? I do. It's just George the Cloud. And I think I have a server on there. So you guys technically could add me. But like I said, I don't use it. I literally only follow 2 people on Discord, and you know, it's just too much for me. It's too much to keep track of. Dice, embarrassed. No, don't be. I know, this is what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to. I'm not advocating for people to be constantly on social media. In fact, the opposite. Sure, let go. Turn your phone off. Throw it out the window. Hopefully it doesn't end up in a dog's mouth. And just be free. But he uses it as I use Insta. Exactly. So basically, either you come to Insta or I go to Discord. Otherwise, it's just straight up war. So I'm looking at the outline to see if the proportions match. I think her face should actually be bigger. I have the ruler. Literally, this is on my screen. This is literally 6 inches. And the head is slightly below 3 inches. It's almost half of this. It's almost, that's pretty cool. The drawing that I'm doing now, it's almost to scale of what I see on screen. So this is helpful. See, this is more though. Oh, whoa, whoa. A little bit bigger. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. Come on now. Come on now. Don't forget to say you will. Don't forget to say yeah, yeah, yeah. I bet you didn't see that song coming, huh? It's not that she has a big head, it's that she's short. Isn't the human torso 2 times of its head? You're probably right on that. I hadn't thought of it. Um, Pretty much 2. No, it's 2. But she's not standing up straight. She's kind of leaning forward, and so we get a little bit of optical illusion with the perspective. Same with her hand. You know how her hand in front kind of looks big, but it's the same thing as if I went like this. Right? It's gonna be huge, but it's the perspective. I'm gonna brush my teeth. BRB. Already brushing your teeth? And I haven't eaten yet. So what you're saying is, Artixia, the normal proportions for like an average person, it does seem like the head would be 2 heads would be a torso. But if you're smaller, if you're a shorter person, then it's gonna be less than 2 heads. And if you're super tall, it's gonna be more than 2 heads. Take for example Wemby, the basketball player. He's like 7'6", and his head looks tiny. I think he probably has like 3.5 heads for torso. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Am I right, ladies? It's actually, I'm gonna have to take this off. I'm kind of stuck a little bit. I thought this was a family show. It is. I'm still gonna keep my shirt on. And definitely my pants. Man, I am actually, what the? Yeah. I actually did change the settings because I was on pay stream and everyone started talking about the settings for like what you have to put if you swear or if you te ayudo. What? Do it. You won't. So people were talking about the settings, and I think I changed this to be 18 plus for language. So lost. Sí, hasta Sarai está riendo. I did say this was probably gonna take me 5 streams. Watch it be like the longest drawing ever. 42 hours later. Or streams. It'll be 42 streams later. Oye, Oretsi, audio? Audio? Pero... Artixia, please, my eyes. I'm already suffering. Pero si viste su lucha, ¿no, Sarai? Back me up. it was difficult because I have little room, and this arm doesn't have the mobility that it used to have 3 days ago. Speaking of Oreos, I still have some. I'm kind of goofing around at this point with the drawing, not really putting much effort, but also it helps to see it tomorrow with fresh eyes, right? That way I can know what I have to fix before I go into the detail. We're here for it? No, I already had I had the bread when you came in. So once I finish stream, I'm just gonna eat dinner. So Artixia, do you have... Oh yeah, you have a Discord, right? When I think of Discord, I think about gaming. And since I'm not a gamer, then it's like... Hydrate? Say no more. Figure Dolly. Shakira, Shakira, I never knew that you could dance like this. She makes a man wanna speak Spanish. Como se llama? Si, bonita, si, su casa, Shakira, Shakira. Oh baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. So keep on. just for you. George, you effed my streak. How though? You are here. Oh, I forgot to hydrate. Applause! Applause sounds like something an emperor would say. Applause! Dolly, there's something you need to know. And this is kind of serious. Así que me atrae con Oreos y luego... es mi estrategia. No snack times. I already had... I can't have Oreo before I eat my dinner. That's effed. Dolly. I don't know how to say this. But I got bitten by a dog on Sunday. So yesterday I went to get a tetanus shot. And right now, right here, I am feeling the effects of the shot. So it's making me kind of a little bit loopy, a little bit, you know, kind of like as if I'd been drinking wine or something. And I can say that this is an 18 plus stream. I already changed the settings. At least I think I did. Kids, don't try this at home. My streak was broken too, and I even watched the VOD. Did it not recover it after watching the VOD? How? None of you showed up for the Michael Jackson final? I should be the one offended here. Unreal. Unreal, these people. I spent 8 days, different separate days, not consecutive, drawing Michael Jackson. And on the final grand closing ceremony, nobody shows up. It's frankly offensive. Are you gonna make me talk? Oh my god, George, that's effing scary. I hope you're okay. Oh, I'm okay, I think. Well, here's the bite. It is literally just like a grain of rice, but what we're worried about here is the infection, tetanus, and rabies. That's what has me anxious. Although I think everything should be fine. I just, I get anxiety. But it is kind of like a serious wound. Okay, I'm back. Are you back from ads or? Them teeth gross. But I got the shot and are high from it. I wouldn't say necessarily high. I am troubled from the shot. So I have like fever. I feel like I have a fever, chills. My whole body feels a little bit weak, and this left arm here where I got the shot, it feels like Mike Tyson punched me with 25% of his power. Ah, yeah, you were brushing your teeth. Yes, yes. You're right. Not high, just troubled. That's no bueno. I wish it was the opposite. But I couldn't get any rest. And so I decided to turn on the camera and entertain the crowds. By the way, what do you think of my new layout here that I have created? Yay or nay? Le enviamos buena vibra. Sí, y por favor, Sol, Artixia. CC? So that's a yes for the new setup. What was the old one? Can I? Oh man, never mind. Somehow the shortcuts got inverted, so on one scene they work, on the other I have to do the opposite. ¿Qué más sol que mi presencia? Romántica. En pleno junio. ¿Qué tip de perro? Oh, ¿qué type? It was like no particular race. Definitely not a pit bull. It was like one of those. It was like what do they call it? Like a criollo. It was like your standard dog. It looked like Santa from The Simpsons, but beige. It's like if you thought of the word dog, what you imagine in your head. That's what it was. I meant tipo. I don't know if that's correct though. Street dog. Well, it was a friend's dog. So at least it wasn't a stray dog. That would be so much more concerning. Anyway, I don't want to dox him anymore. Like, he probably got reprimanded by the owner already. It's really not his fault. It was just an accident. But it's the first time I've gotten bitten by a dog, I think. That I have bled. Yo mañana le echo un rayito de sol en caja. Pero después no se queje que tiene calor. I want to feel the heat. Oh, that escalated quickly. I'd rather feel heat than cold. Can somebody back me up on this? Preferably around 72 degrees. But if I had to choose, I would go high. Me too, George. See, people on board. See, this is the type of people that I want to have on stream. Heat people. Heat raid. That's gonna be the. Yeah, hot is way better. Dame calor. Yes, sí. Por supuesto. We are gathered here for the heat, more than the actual art. Nixel Beatbox, hey George. Once again, long time no see, Nixel. All good? Well, I got bitten by a dog on Sunday, and I had to get a tetanus shot yesterday, and I'm feeling the effects. So I feel like I'm at 20% of my health bar. But how are you? And any good beatbox lately? I reacted to everything from GBB and the 7 to Smoke, and I've seen some other tracks here and there from Gyro, Vakton, Improver. It was instinct. Imagine enjoying a snack taken. No tetanus, but rave is positive. Oh god, no. Please. Please, God, no. Help me. Because rabies is deadly. There's nothing you can do. I already looked it up. I already got traumatized with my deep search on ChatGPT. I got told all types of information. Vives in Puerto Rico, see? It is kind of crazy how quickly things can change. You know, from a beautiful Sunday afternoon, very pleasant weather. I was sporting out there, playing basketball, hitting those threes. Next thing I know, I have a bite mark on my thumb, and I have to rush to the emergency room. Yeah, I did a live jam last weekend, made some pretty cool beats. Well, you didn't let me know about the live jam. The one person I always see streaming is Napalm. And recently, I think Codfish. Well, aside from Remix, a few others. Then I get you. I'm just feeling summer now. I'm sure I will miss the cold soon. When it's too hot, people miss the cold. When it's too cold, people miss the hot. You can never win. Hot all year. It lower mostly by November to January. So that's when I will have to travel to Puerto Rico, if I ever do. It will be Christmas. Not a live stream though. Oh, okay. Okay, what am I doing here? Well, we all need to go to Puerto Rico then. Yeah, let's take a road trip. Let's organize a Twitch road trip. Artixia, will you be able to accommodate various of us? I will help by creating arts and maybe translating. I would welcome you. Ads again. Oh, how unfortunate. Why is there so many ads today? Guys, just sub. Just sub right in. Not even for me, for yourself. Why would you put up with ads when you could sub and become part of the higher tiers? In New York, the summer is humid as F. I don't know if I can say it. Can I say? I forget if that setting is done. So I like the heat, but the summer here feels F's my hair so bad. Ooh, you get maybe get like the frizzle, the frizzle hair. Is that what they call it? If you sub, say hell twerk and then not do it. I said I would twerk if I got 200, what was it, 25,000 bits. That merits a twerk. I know my worth. I feel that every time I visit New York. New York right now is going crazy because of the NBA Finals. I don't know if you guys watch basketball, any of you. I have been keeping up, and people going rogue out there in the streets. It's chaos. No man's land. I see you reacted to Drag Path. That song is amazing. Ooh, 21 Pilots fan in here. Let's go. I sure did. And then they did it live. I saw like 2 versions of it. Hey Cloud, I noticed Pei is streaming. I'm going to her stream to say hi. What? So you Toast, you can... I mean, of course, I can't hold you back, but well, if that is what you desire, well, I will raid Pei in a bit. There is an energy around the streets. I don't even like sports, but New York is healing. I get that same feeling when I first arrived to Boston in 2004, and that was a huge year for sports in Boston. And there was, yeah, this energy, this like feeling, and everybody was talking about it. My hair gets curly and wild after a beach day. After a beach day and you getting in the water, like in the ocean, because the salt in the ocean, that's gonna salt it up. Yeah, she just started. Okay. Say hi to, yeah, everybody say hi to Pei, and everybody go to Pei, of course, once I finish this stream. Or you can just do it now and be on both. But I will raid Pei regardless, so. I will be in their concert here in Portugal. Can't wait. Oh, that's so cool. When is that happening? I can't believe you even just brought up Boston in such a time. You know, how dare you mention the city that is close to your city, and that we can very well get along because Babe Ruth is no longer with us, and we don't have to do this, Dolly. Salty water, yes. It's been a really long time since I went to the beach. And I can't even... ¿5 years? I forget. ¿Por qué no los dos? Ah, this is what I'm saying. We have to do this, George. Fine. I will get my sword and my cloak. If that's what you wish, then that's what you get. But I will do it tomorrow because right now I am... my battery is at a low percent. Well, I live... You see, Doodles is on my side. We also have Panda on my side. I think we have... who's the... I mean, I forget her name. The new streamer. That also, I think she lives near Boston. Who do you got? Hmm? We have Artixia, which will, of course, help represent Boston. I'll take you to the beach. I'll get you all at the airport. I can fit 4 in the car. Let me know. Well, count me in. You don't even have to ask. Just count me in. I'm always up for shenanigans. I'm always up and down for a good time at the beach. Anyway, this is actually looking better than I would have thought, considering. Getting a sport competition, I think it's way beyond that at this point. It's not even about the sports anymore. We have lost track of the goal. We're just gonna be throwing hands and we don't even know. Rivals. I didn't want it to be this way. Let me be clear about that. But you saw it. You saw it, chat. You knew what happened. I offered peace. We could have just been chilling at the beach in Puerto Rico, Dolly. Yes. You're ringing the bells. Like, cut it out, you two. Or you're actually ringing the bell in like a boxing ring. Artixia says, you know, let's get going here. I zoned for a sec, but you said beach in Puerto Rico. I'm in. She's back. I love Traitor Joe's emotes. She has some good ones. Oh my god, what I miss. I'm down. I am down. So we go from war to beach. As it should be. The progression of life. So Artixia, you can fit 4 of us? Aside from yourself? So we already got Dolly. We have Doodles. We have myself. The natural progression. I thought you were saying the natural progression of progression. I need a minute. I'm laughing too much. So it's working. Even in my darkest of days, I can provide with some humor and comic relief for y'all. What even is that? It's like a gel. It's like a gel bracelet. It's a huge gel donut. We love Dark Rabbit George. Don't you ever say those words again. I'm gonna ban the word rabbit, rabies, rabbit, bunny. It's a talent. Ankle monitor? No, that's fine. That's allowed. You've gone too far. Unsubs. See, that's the thing, Dolly. This is like the Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. That sounds a bit haunting. Please don't take it out of context. How long till I get cancelled on here for saying something that appears to be wrong, but it's kind of right? You can take my subs, but you can never take my freedom. It's time for some epic music here. Now this is a battle track. This is the type of music that we would have played if Dolly continued her path of destruction, and we would have been battling it out on top of avatars, like those avatar dragons up in the heavens. You can't arrest him. He's the cake boss. I'm the cloud boss. You can't arrest me. I'm the cloud boss. That kind of goes hard. I'll save it just in case I need to use it at some point. In case I need to use it in Puerto Rico. I think it's an acrylic bracelet or copper or something. It's hard to tell. It looks kind of... It looks like gel to me because it's transparent. It looks kind of heavy though. Pei also just started a painting. Ooh, I'm trying to think. Because last stream she was working on a deer, but that was like a side project. I will tune in. Don't worry. I will tune in when the time is right. So what? Oh, yep. This should be. It should be lower. If I'm using the grid correctly. Yo, the piece I'm working on it realized it's basically an avatar. Oh, I haven't seen it. What was the last thing you were working on? You've been doing a lot lately, like different pieces. But Dolly wants beach time with George, Doodles, and Orchid. That can be arranged. Or a big-ass Smurf. Avatars, Smurfs, blueberries, blueberry muffins. Well, what's really the difference? Vamos pa la playa. That song. Figure Dolly, do you get the playlist? I constantly do a lot. It's a bad habit. If it's keeping you busy, then I think it's good. As long as you don't overwork yourself and you're getting enough rest. Maybe you could rate her if you end stream sooner than... Oh, yes, yes, I will end stream. I'm gonna end stream in like half an hour. Pay's gonna be going for like 5 hours. So yes, don't worry, we will be there. Army strong. Playlist? What do you mean? How could you leave Shakira? That is one of the biggest fumbles in the current era. Hace rato no escuchaba esa canción. Se me olvida por quién es. Esa fue la canción más popular todo el verano, ¿no? Como en el 2016. 2016 para mí de los mejores años. 2016, one of the best years. I've been drinking so much water that I have to relieve myself already. 2026 is the new 2016. That's what I've been hearing. Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma, cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla, todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura, tú le coqueteas, tú eres... How do you feel about that song, Artixia? You like it? Pedro Capo. Do you identify with that song, Artixia, since you live in the... Yeah, that's the Caribbean, right? Technically, you're a Caribbean? Isleña? Dame el canción ahora. Give me the song and nobody gets hurt. Sí, lo he escuchado, que es tu año favorito también para mí. El mejor año. So I was saying earlier that since I think this hand is going to give me huge trouble, why don't I just pretend that she's holding like a big rock in her hand? That way I can just draw the rock and not so much of the hand. Pedro Capo is Puerto Rican too. Or I can make it even more complicated. She can have like an award. She can be holding an award like a Tony, but it's a statue of herself. This is the... What is with... I'm just gonna let it play. This is like the 5th time that I'm hearing this song. I do have it on shuffle. Whatever. Artixia, if you invite me to Puerto Rico, I will wash the dishes. Just think about it. No pressure. You definitely went a little too hard on the length of her thumb, but looks fixable to me. You're not wrong. And for that, I thank you. See, right now for the fingers, I just have like markings. Good morning. Good morning, Krusty Crew. That's a nice photo. Thank you, Dean. I am starting Shakira. Yo chingando con el reggaeton mucho. I'm ready. He has a song called La Fiesta that is very nice to me, and I like Ico Ico by Justin Wellington, but the one featuring Pedro Capo too. I don't know if I have heard those songs. I got you, fam. Real, bro. Perspective, check each other. Yes. No, this is good. Because I'm feeling loopy today, so it's not going to look right until people knock some sense into me. Dishes, I'll cook then. Sounds like a deal. I mean, I can cook as well, but probably not as good. I think my drawing abilities are way greater than my cooking abilities. So I don't know if that's saying much. See, this is... like, it looks like the thumb, but it's the reflection. Oh, Eliothel, we're going to Puerto Rico. Grab your bags. I'm not taking no for an answer. When the sun rises, we're leaving. You probably cook great. Humble Cloud. I don't cook often, so. Nice. Tequila. Vamos. Woo. Road trip. Road trip with the Twitch gang. What a time to be alive. The only requirement I ask is that you please not wear a New York hat, if possible. Vamos a la tequila. Let's go to the tequila itself. We're gonna party like it's 99. 1899. Don Q limón con cranberry juice. You're hyping it up. Yo bebiendo la tequila con cranberry ahora. Todos bebiendo. Maybe I'll just put a big tequila bottle right here so I can avoid the hand. Oye, at least a pina colada. That's what I was thinking. I do enjoy a pina colada by the beach. Speaking of which, dun 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 dun. If you like pina coladas, dun dun dun, and getting caught in the rain, dun dun dun. If you're not into yoga, dun dun dun. If you have half a brain, dun dun dun. If you like making love at midnight. Okay, that's cue the music. We're just getting kind of carried away there. Bacardi. Also, of course. Usually Bacardi, in fact. I traumatized myself on Bacardi at a young age. I have yet to go back. It might be time to go back. I think it's calling your name. Not that oh my god, again, I am not a professional lawyer. Disclaimer, this is not financial, medical, or romantic advice. So if you're going to drink, just do it safely. Martes con sabor de viernes, sábado. Yeah, it's feeling like it's the weekend. It's Friday night, everybody. I'm serious, I have to pee so bad right now. But the art is calling my name. I have an embarrassing story to tell. And I don't know if you're ready. If you're ready, let me know. This is gonna be cool. Drink responsibly, that's the phrase, yes. I'm gonna have to put that on my next to, like, under the Patreon banner here. By the way, George, how you've been digging your peaks into DJ scene? I see you vibing to Ocean Manor sometimes. Oh, that guy's awesome. I really enjoy going in there. Good vibes only. I mostly have seen him. There's another one that I watch, but he's like a vinyl DJ, and really not many more aside from that. So if you have suggestions, I am wide open. Like, my arms are open. Club going up on a Tuesday. Yes. What are those, all those? Dean is ready. Everybody's ready for the story that is going to be embarrassing. This is unrelated to drinking completely. In fact, quite the opposite. But when I was a young lad, I used to serve at church. I'm Catholic, and so I used to serve at the altar, right, for the priest, help out. And I used to get so much anxiety. Spill the tea's coming. And so I used to get so like anxiety and I don't know how I did it, to be honest. I've always had like stage fright, and that's one of the moments that it really sinks in because you feel like everybody's looking at you, right? I'm sitting there, I look to my left, there's like 200 people sitting down, and I'm just, in my head, they're all looking at me. In reality, they're looking at the priest or whatever. And so I was like, oh my god, sweating. And I had to pee so bad. And this used to happen a lot, but this particular time, I had to pee so bad that, to go to the bathroom, it's like, so I went up to the first bench, which had other people that served there, right? I knew them. And I was like, I went up to them, I said, I have to go to the bathroom. They're like, sure, go. And I had to exit through like the main door, go up, go to the bathroom, and I peed. Instant relief. But it's not over, because then I was thinking, I have to go back. How can I show my face back on the church? Now I was so scared. I was really nervous. I was panicking. I was like, oh my god, literally praying, oh my god, please, because I was a kid, I was nervous, and I did it, but people could tell that something was off because I have a more like, I'm not pale, but I'm kind of like a light complexion. And when I blush or when I get red, it's like I really get red. And I thought I was red the entire rest of the mass. And at the end, the priest was like, hey, are you doing all right? And I was like, yeah, no worries. So that's the story. So if you ever have to serve at church, just make sure you go to the bathroom before and don't drink any liquids that morning. Rupert Holmes, Escape. I love this song. Yes, that is the song I was singing. What the heck did I miss? I was so caught up with the story that I may have missed some messages here. Forgive me. Vamos Tequila. Oh wait, I am... Piña Colada, that's when I sang the song. Oh, you got the Bobby, you got the Hank Hill emote? Yes. Tengo un UTI ahora, so... UTI? I'm trying to think of what... Is that what I think it is? I'm probably thinking of something else. Also, there's going to be an ad in 1 minute. Finally, I'm calling it. I'm calling the plays here. Bacardi. It might be Martes. Drink responsibly. I was also an altar boy. We altar boys gotta stick together, even on Twitch. Were you cross bearer? That's big time. That's what I was. I was there in the front lines. I was literally the guy. And I was so young. I was 12 years old. I felt like the chosen one. So I had the cross, actually kind of heavy. It was metallic. And I had, the mass starts. I'm the first one leading the procession onto the altar. And I always had in the back of my head, what if I trip? Oh my god, don't trip. Because what we had to dress, I forget the term for it, but it was long. It went up to like the feet, right? And I was like, oh man. And then you have to go up the stairs. You bow, you go up the stairs, and I was like... And then I had to put the cross in this thing where it fit like very exact. I was like, come on, get in here. One Christmas day, I literally passed out on the altar during the blessing of the holy. blessing of the body, because I was directly in front of incense swinging shit. That thing will set you free. That is a very strong smell. Man, I could picture it. Yo, I freaked the F out whenever I had to be crossbearer. And the robes. Yes. Yes, yes, the altar boy days, man. And I actually served at 2 churches. I was going on like a marathon. I was going for the record. My grandmother was like, hey, you love this so much, why don't you try it a second time? I was like, oh man, please. And while I did like enjoy doing it, right? Time to blink? Okay. I just got so nervous. I was a nervous boy. Probably still a nervous man. Hydrate, we got blink. Thank you for that redeem. Appreciate it. I would have a trip. I would have trip. Bang orchid straight to hell. I would have tripped. I never did, but really nothing like embarrassing happened except just me being myself. I don't like it. I was always scheduled for the 7:30 a.m. mass. That's so early, but I think that's better than the noon mass, because when I woke up, I was thinking about it the whole morning. Whereas if you have it that early, then you just get it over with, right? You're done by 9. Where I was like, oh man, all right, I'll have my cereal. I gotta get dressed. Then the drive over there. It was like the whole morning I was so nervous. And as soon as it ended, right, the priest was like, you may go in peace. I was like, relief. I was like, yes, it's Sunday. I'm starving. I'm gonna eat some lunch, go to a Brazilian restaurant, and that. You're so right. I would go back to sleep after. Yeah, I never had the 7:30 mass. It was always noon. But it was an experience, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it. Get clumsy when nervous. Yeah, I really don't. To this day, I'm not sure how I pulled it off, because I remember looking to my left, and so many people, and of course, like, if you look, then people are going to notice a movement up in the front. So now they're actually looking at me, and I'm like, they're looking at me. I couldn't do that today, which is kind of embarrassing. That is maybe more embarrassing. I would not be able to do that as a grown man. Kind of makes you think, what the heck? Who am I? And that same thing used to happen with like school presentations. I would be so nervous, dreading. I would do everything in my power to not have to present. I was like, just give me the F. Just straight up fail me in this project. May I take your hat, sir? Anything else? For real, it was so embarrassing. The time on Christmas, I actually fainted on the altar. First, I don't mean to laugh, but I think we can laugh about it years later. First time ever fainting, I thought I was getting possessed by the devil. I always thought I was gonna faint. Never happened. But in my head, I was like, I'm going to faint, because I wasn't breathing normally. I was like holding in the breath, so naturally I could have fainted. Imagine fainting at the altar. And, to you as a kid, that is like such a big deal, but everyone else is like, oh man, oh no, is he okay? Is she okay? Like, really nothing. I feel that, Artixia. Had to run off the altar when I came to. Did people help you up? Or were you just on the floor the entire time and they just proceeded as if nothing had happened? And I will get up in around 15 minutes. Oh, Dean, you're starting your day? And today your stream. It's funny now. I have a student that was like that. I had to stand with him next to his seat. I feel like that would be even more embarrassing, right? Because now you have, oh, why is he doing that? But if it helps him, then good on you for doing that. It's actually the only time I ever fainted in my life so far. Thank God it was kneeling time. I was in charge of the ringing bells. Oh, me too. I would ring those bells. Actually, I think it was just like one bell for us. It was the blessing of bread, so we were kneeling. Yes, that's when you ring the bells. Yeah, when it was kneeling time, it brought some relief because people were like, you know, they weren't just sitting there like listening, waiting. People were focused on the prayer. He asked me though. Artixia rocking out there. And that mushroom emote, one of the best. I was also often nervous in church. I was in a group of 5 kids that played sometimes the recorder there. So everybody was really looking. Why is that so? That we were so nervous in the presence of God? I'm not... I don't mean this... that kind of sounded like deep, like we're about to have this, you know, huge conversation. No, I'm just saying like, why did it as a... And the thing is like, sure, as a kid, you're more nervous. But in my case, I feel like if I did that today, I would be so much more nervous. Like, I couldn't do it. And it's way more embarrassing if you're an adult. If you're a kid and you faint, and it's like, oh my God, somebody help that kid. If you're an adult and you faint, why did he faint? Yeah, I'm serious. Dead ass, as the kids say. Also because back then, when I was doing it, at least I was in the routine. Like I was comfortable, okay, you have to do it, keep doing it. If I went back and tried to do that, you know, 15 years later or more, then that's gonna be even tougher. I mean, actually, yeah, the fainting, yeah. Like, grow up. You're an adult, you faint, nobody... Oh, I remember one time the priest was... I think he was reading, maybe it would have been kneeling time, and he was reading an excerpt from the Bible, and his cell phone went off really loudly because everything else was quiet, and he's like, his pocket, and that was like that was funny to me because it's a modern era problem. Would have never happened to Jesus. I think it was because everyone was looking, standing there with the flutes, and everyone was hearing you play at that, and that is anxiety. That is, I would say, just literally anxiety, because at that point you should be enjoying the instruments, right? We all should have just been living in the moment, but you're overthinking, and you're not even maybe following the mass or whatever's happening, right? You're just like, oh my God, they're looking, I'm doing this, I'm living. You get inside your head, and that's what happens. Even in college, I remember for one class, it was a weird class. It was one of those weird art classes that I don't even know what it was random. It was really random. I don't even know what we were studying. I think it was some sort of art history, but it was weird. And so for the final assignment, we had to do a presentation in front of the class. And this would have been one of like the easiest presentations because it was in an auditorium. It was dark, and there were only like 12 people in the class. And I just didn't do it. I called, well, not called, I said I was sick, and then I sent like a paper. And the teacher's like, okay, good enough. And so I didn't have to present. Therefore, I have so much respect for public speakers. People that they I don't know what they have, but I'm just like, you know, salute. And that's why I will never be president. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Where has the music gone? Please don't stop the music. Music. Is Artixia still here? Doodles? Anyone have an embarrassing story? This is an open space here for everybody. You could call it some type of support cloud, right? We have each other's backs. End it with your speech. Should I just end the stream right now? It would be a good way to stop, but I say that whole speech and people in ads. So I am still not drawing the face. Tomorrow is another day. Oh, by the way, let me check my notes. Dean, if you're still here. So I still have to do your most recent request. I will try to do it tomorrow because I don't know if you heard the story, but I got bitten by a dog. Everyone who's already heard it, oh my god, the story again. Please, shut the F up. I got bit by a dog, and this is a serious topic, on Sunday. And I got a tetanus shot yesterday, so today I am feeling unwell. And I hope tomorrow I am back to normal, so that I can do reactions. But it's like, if I'm not feeling well, I'm not gonna do reactions just to do them, because I won't be giving it my best, right? I walk in embarrassed moments. I mean, I talk sometimes and people take it double meaning. Oh. Okay. I mean, that has happened, but it's not, I don't think it's that embarrassing. I think that's funny, but like we're laughing with you. Yes. Oh, is everything okay? Well, right now I'm feeling the effects of the vaccine, which is pretty strong. And so right now I have kind of like the chills. I think I have a fever. And I feel weak. Weaker than I would like to admit, but I'm still pushing through in the face of adversity. I just keep on rocking. George, I had to step away. Did you ever pee? I have not. I'm holding it. Take your time. I want to bury myself. No, no, don't. What? Artixia, everything is fine. It's okay. At this point, whenever I do something embarrassing, which happens a lot, even on stream, like I stutter or I say something random, or you know, whatever, I'm just like, oh, it's fine. Like why should I feel embarrassed, right? And even if I do feel embarrassed, that is a perfectly normal human emotion. It means I am alive. If you do it during the next 7 to 10 days, then it will be okay. Oh yeah, for sure. In the next maybe in the next 2 days I will do it, because that's what I try to do when people request something through Coffee. I think I have on there like five days max or 7 days. I have the tab ready to watch the interview, but holding it in can be good. I mean, it's not like I'm about to... It's not as bad as the time when I was in church, so... Oh, wow. Lisa, hello! You're enjoying the drawing, or you're saying, oh, wow, because of the stories? I don't say it, I just get red. See, that's the thing that tips me off. When I get really embarrassed, like family events, dinners, whatever, out in public, I get so red, and I could feel it. Like a tomato. And people instantly know, hey, listen, you're embarrassed, what's going on? And now it just creates a whole thing. And get teased about it. It was not serious, it's right here. Well, it depends on how you look at it. It's a very small bite. But there's still risk of infection, so I had to go to urgent care. And they gave me a tetanus shot yesterday. And I am monitoring the dog for the next 10 days. It's a friend's dog. So it's not like it's a serious bite, but it's not a big bite. But I think it has similar like risks. It's not about the size, guys. Hope that there will be some new Eric videos. But he was very busy the last weeks. Yeah, because I think you mentioned how he was gonna put out a music video for every song on the album. And I think so far it has been about 3. No stitches. It's in fact almost healed right here. It's like a little thing. And it didn't hurt. It didn't, like I said, I have a pretty high pain tolerance level. So I was fine. And Sunday night, I was like, wait a minute, let me research this on ChatGPT. And I had instant regret because it gave me anxiety. And now we're going back to the anxiety. And it's one of those things that it's like, damn, really? Why? This was so avoidable. So that's why I've decided from now on to not step outside. At least until I run out of eggs. I have to do some grocery shopping. Good for tattoos. I don't have any. With the release of his album, playing first shows and some trips he made, there would have been time. He wasn't in live chat for 3 weeks. Oh, okay. Because of the dog bite. Yeah, no, I didn't because it was very small. In August, he will make an unplugged concert in Palma. Palma Beach? Online grocery shopping? See, but then you don't know how the product is gonna look. I will just do it. I'll do it myself. But I will avoid dogs at all costs. And you know, it's funny because the dog's owner, which is, you know, somebody I know, he hadn't played with us basketball in like 4 years because he moved. And on Sunday he was like, hey, I'm gonna be around, you know, I'll stop by and play. And so it's like, really? Good call. I don't trust online groceries. I don't think I've ever done it myself. Shopped online for groceries. But I know other people that have. At Palma Studios, Eric also made his album there. All right. Sometimes they won't stitch a dog bite in case of infection. That could be it as well. Although I'm pretty sure I don't have an infection because of how small. But yeah, it's probably best to just let the wound like ooze and like heal itself before stitching. Otherwise you trap in everything. I had luck. Was never bitten by a dog. I thought I had luck. 31 years with luck. And it ran out on Sunday. Sunday, bloody Sunday. I've never reacted to you too. Let's get some toning up in here. Oh, I do have tattoos, arm and one in my thigh. You have one on your shoulder as well, right? I don't know if I'll ever get a tattoo. It would have to be something really particular. So I have to go. Day starts now. See you. I hope you have a great day, Dean, and thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you laughed a little bit. Maybe you cried. Maybe you went through all types of emotions. That is my goal here. And have a great day. The more range of emotions, the more human you feel, and it's like the more you're getting out of your day. Does that make sense? Mine do have a meaning to me. I'm sure you are welcome to share, but if it's private, then you can, you know, you don't have to. I am curious to know. But I understand. Okay. Later, Dean. It's the only Dean I know. Not a very common name. I could tell you about them. Okay. If you want, you could do it here, or you can do it in private, or even in person when you pick us up at the airport. Good thing my passport is up to date. See, I knew this situation would arise, and I was going to be ready. Over a coffee, sure thing. A coffee or two. Never hurt anyone. Over a pina colada, dare I say. The point I'm trying to get across is I am ready for a pina colada. Dun, 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 dun. And the sun comes back. I'm not offering alcohol on first meeting, not a savage. Fair enough. I accept your terms and conditions. Non-alcoholic pina colada. Yeah, we can compromise. PM. It's over. It is literally game over. I'm kidding. You're kidding. So you're not offering the non-alcoholic pina colada nor the coffee? How dare you play with my emotions, with my feelings? I will have you know, Artixia, I am a very serious streamer here on Twitch. And I would appreciate it if you took me as such. Alright, we're going to raid. I wonder who we're going to raid. Pay, of course. Because I really have to use the restroom and eat. You teased me with Oreos and then said no snacks because I can tease you again tomorrow with Oreos. It is something that can be brought back, or bread. I thought I teased you with the bread today. Ad starts in 7 seconds. But the raid is also starting. So what's the deal? Thank you guys for being here. If you're still here and you can hear my words, I appreciate you hanging out. I will be back tomorrow for sure. So look forward to that. And yeah, I mean, hopefully if I feel better tomorrow. Thank you so much, Artixia, and everyone else that joined. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. And we are going to say hi to Pay By The Way. You can cancel ads. Oh, dismiss. Well, I already said my speech. Thank you, and good night.